Folks, I have done you all a huge disservice by not playing through the entire rest of the escapades. They did take a while, but there is some good material in it, especially for a punster like me. A lot to really associate with, build familiarity to, but heck. All the more reason to buy the games directly. Go through the escapades, the trial. One might notice that I may or may not sound differently today. I was spending my pre-stream moments tweaking with some audio settings, the filters and whatnot. I set my compressor filter back in like 2019, and I'm too scared to touch that now. Put noise suppressor on and off, the gain. It's a constant struggle. Wanting to be heard, but not so much that the game is silent by comparison. Trying to get that good balance of the game being very audible, but also me somewhat audible too. Clearly audible, but not so audible that every time my tongue gets lazy, or a bit of spit builds up and you could hear every single bit of that. I don't know. Part of me wants to think that it just requires a more professional audio setup, but some people, a lot of people I watch just throw the mic on, or their headset on, or whatever, and they sound fine. So it could just be me sounding like me. And where is the game? The game is open, but the game refuses to come up. It really does alternate days. Even days, the game loads right away. Odd days, it refuses to come up. Where is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? Apparently today's an especially slow day for it. Come on, game. Where are you? Have I got to threaten you again? Or the game shows up? See, there you go. The threat of threatening is what it needed. Which means I could pop up now. The sad thing is, though, that going through the escapades and having that autosave overrides the nice harbor scene that we had at the end of the game. And what I could do and was tempted to do, see, there's the autosave with the final escapade. Ends up in the Bailey. That's where the autosave is. And so the main menu goes to the Bailey. So I was thinking maybe what I could do instead is go back to the final save for the final trial. But the problem with that is that's all the way back to when the music box opens up. That is all the way. At like an hour into yesterday. That is a whole 4 or 5 hours of game that I'd have to dig through just to get back to the harbor side. They've only just opened the box and found out it's a music box. And I am not going to sit through all that just to get the menu to look prettier. Especially since it's not going to matter anyway. It's not going to matter. because Great Ace Attorney 1 is in the past, and Great Ace Attorney 2 is now. It seems as if the episodes are straightforward, there's no hidden anything, so it should just be the 5. So 10 episodes total between the two. Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney today should be the bog standard Ace Attorney tutorial. Every game starts off with an easy tutorial case. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. The Kokoro gets to come back. I don't know if that means Natsume is gonna come back, but I think... Hold on. Is he in the key art? That'd be over in Restream stuff. Folders. Great Ace 2. Yeah. Like, if you look in the right side of the key art, of the game art above my head, you can see Wakahai being held by Natsume, so maybe he comes back. And I suppose all the foreshadowing with the Crystal Tower is going to be episode 3. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Bow or bow? Probably bow. And the final resolve of Ryanosuke Naruhodo. All in black and neat cursive. But today's going to be Great Ace Attorney 2, Episode 1. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. And judging by the lights, the window, the red, is this back in Japan already? Do we get sent back? New game. Take it away, anime. Kazuma getting her own
Standing here in the
gravesite.
bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
No voice for that. Brett again? Nuh-uh. Don't tell me that they're back in country.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
As the lawyer. Tsuvato gets to be our tutorial case. Don't tell me the Sango that Brett herself is dead. She is.
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Already a twist I had not anticipated, I thought Brett was gonna be some elusive phantom that is always just out of reach. Probably the equivalent of the assassin in the final case of Justice for All. Somebody with a direct tie to the the true complicit party. But either way, gonna be more lore into whoever hired her to murder Dr. John H. Wilson. Dad? Papa Mikotoba? Boy, hold on. Didn't they establish at the first game's tutorial that was only last week that women are not allowed in court even as judiciary assistants? And your dad, don't forget. My brilliant father. I'm assuming you're the defendant then? Uh-huh. Always, naturally. Defendants in Ace Attorney games are almost never guilty. Almost. Ray? Mambami? Everybody's always friends with their defendants prior to... Well, not always, but everyone knows each other. Nobody cares about potential conflicts of interest. Truly, Suzato, you think she doesn't recognize her own friend? Am I under disguise? Oh, is that it? Because women aren't allowed in, is that right? Mikotoba never told us he had a son. Maybe not so loud with an earshot of the bailiff, please. Do we get the flashback to the previous game? Or will they explain now that no, the court in Japan is an all-boys club? What about the defendant? Does that mean the defendant's off the hook since the defendant can't go in? Do keep up, Ray, hence the boyish disguise. Susanna says no to shipping. Gotta get to the belief part. Yes, we do. On to the trial then. I think she's got spirit. Well, she's got plenty of experience as a paralegal, so all she's got to do is take the, what is it, the primary role, and put that paralegal experience to use. Well, who's gonna be our assistant then? Who's going to be the Maya Fey of the Maya Fey? Now hold on. If the victim is Miss Brett, who murdered Dr. Wilson on Japanese soil, then who wouldn't want to defend against that? It's not exactly like Miss Brett was in good standing with them. Still being vague on the year. Oh, he hasn't tied his knot back up. He's keeping ashamed. Well, she does look dashing. Oh, Dad gets to be my Maya Fey. Of course he does. Is that standard though? The plum pink lining to my cloak and cap? I don't recall Naruto having pink lining. Even she's got the nervous eyes. Aww. But you've been in court plenty of times. Ryutaro Naruto. Yes, yes it is. She's really getting into this, I love it. So, when do we get Susato's spin-off game then? Susato's adventures as a female lawyer in patriarchal Meiji Japan. Who's Susato? Ray, I have no idea who you're talking about. Don't forget Aochi last week. You were trounced by such skittish eyes. Dramatic zoom, just in case you didn't notice the eyes flitting on the 3DS. National interest again. Yokel by the Dokel. Not even of law. Do we ever get to learn what Naruhodo's initial focus was? Name of the defendant? The victim. It's Brett, right? But first gotta show us the court record? But you've forgotten. Couldn't forget even if you tried. It's like every time you're listening intently to your partner, that they turn and ask, "What did I just say?" And the very act of asking, "What did I just say?" means your mind just blanks. Then you get the, "Oh, so you weren't paying attention." No, I was. Exactly, judicial assistant, experience, from paralegal to the legal. But it won't let me yet. Denying me the most basic of things, until the game says, "Hey, did you learn how to breathe yet? Here's how you breathe." Post-mortem report. Giselle Brett, female, British, time of death 11th of August, 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements, so could be wrong. We're back to merely post-mortems. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. What would cause that then? Eugene Mokutoba, 43, medical school professor at the Imperial Yuma University, an authority in forensic medicine, in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my papa. Ray Mambami, 16, my best friend, who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yuma University. She is a defendant in this case. Giselle Brett, dead already, very surprised. Maybe they did not anticipate having 3 or 4 games of this. And so, instead of a long-standing rival or whatever, just kill her off right away. The victim of the case was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. Again, so what is she doing back in country? Takeshuchi Ayuchi, leading prosecutor of the case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of the turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. So Giselle Brett. She was, 9 months ago, then she was kicked out of the country. Court record, press C again to go into the profiles. A murderer was the face of Queen Victoria, incognito, and 80 pounds lighter.
Yes!
Hard slaps right away. No baby slaps of Naruto. Gisato, you just came from Britain like 2 months ago. Is there no significance for you for the name Dr. John H. Wilson? Second year English language student. Okay. Alright. So that was your major. And why it's so easy for you to just pick up to England and exist pretty naturally. So he is then very likely a pre-existing Anglophile. And yet, somehow, finds her way back here as a corpse. Only last week. So she was allowed to remain in country, what? For the past 9 whole months? Dang, you would have thought they'd have gotten her on the boat. That week at least. So basically she got a 9-month vacation with full diplomatic immunity to slaughter to her heart's content. In broad daylight. Just in the daytime, or were the witnesses? Ochi, are you gonna tell us what her motive might have been? The motive. Are you suggesting that she just went off to avenge her old boss? Who even avenges their bosses? Is that to say that any student under John H. Wilson has strong motive? Oh, so I can ask about everything? Being alone together? Or that they never exposed her identity to the defendant in the first place? It's going to be the chief inspector, cum waiter, cum sailor from the first game, right? That means he's been bodyguard twice and failed twice. Why ask you to accompany Brett as a companion? That is weird. I guess we do just ask about everything. Okay, the baiting spot then. Or we can go directly into witness testimonies, cross-examinations, evidence. Are you not a representative of the state and a prosecution authority? Ouchie. But she's already got him by the short and curlies though, and the case hasn't even started yet. Continuing her research work, really? So she just went about and lived her life as a guilty party for 9 whole months? They couldn't keep her under house arrest or locked up or anything prior to being extradited? I was gonna say that this material for the walls would be easy to stab through, but that is a whole gap in the back wall. Case solved. Well, there's plenty of avenues to launch something through. A photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. Stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. Is it visible, or is the blood pit visible? I don't see the wound, I just see lots and lots of blood. And what did the stabbing? I see slippers, a brush, a couple of masks. Bottle, glass, pen. Even the swan's dead. And again, big old gap here. From a knife blade. Where's the knife then? Multiple witnesses to the crime. Was anybody else inside the hut at that time? Oh, Ryunosuke stepped out of the way. I was gonna make a joke about him accidentally getting cut, but they went ahead and animated him sidestepping. Minor miracle. A little bump at the very front. Oh, wow. Did he glue that on himself? Natsume's back too. You know, the third day, you know? Osanaga, what is this getup? You've got a turtle on your head that's adorable. He's already written I am a cat. Hold up. But wasn't that released in like the 1910s? I am a cat, Wagahai wa Nekuriyaru, written in 1905 to 1906. Ah. Does that inform us then of when this would take place? Hey, Wither. A first episode recap. Does it? I've forgotten already. It's been a few days since I started watching that. Are you on the first season or the second? I was watching for the first season. And it does kind of catch you up to her life thus far, and then goes from there. But from what I understand, the second season is kind of the second loop of the first, but with some things changed. So it makes things less easy for her, and more of a long live the queen, the isekai kind of scenario. But I haven't gotten to that point yet. Papa Mikotoba, if you've already let non-lawyers defend people at court, can't we just have you assume the defense? If I recall from the first season, it does kind of start with her being a bratty child, and then hits her head, and then, oh my goodness, this is just like that video game, and then meeting with her inner selves to catch up on the rules of the video game, which get exposed as more characters come in. So if that sounds familiar, it might be the first. I suppose it does kind of assume that viewers are somewhat familiar with those kind of video games, that certain characters represent certain archetypes commonly seen. Because while the specifics of the video game world are alluded to and flashback upon, the whole nature of the world in general isn't really as important. It kind of is more like new rules as the show demands it. So pretty much for the audience, everything's a new thing, being exposed periodically in flashback too. Is that a disguise? I thought that was just his seaside swimming costume. Oh, he went backwards. I've done that once, for I forget which anime. The one with that monster ghost cat. Because the site I was using had the show in reverse order. And that was way confusing. It was a bathing site, and they established bathing is the latest trend. A lecture at the sea? A researcher from the medical science department. That's the victim, isn't it? Is the dub good is a good question. I tend to naturally gravitate to subs myself because while dubs have come a long way since the OVAs of the 80s, there is still a certain culture to the stock of dub voice actors. Depending on which house is doing it, you're going to get the same voices over and over, which kind of breaks the simulation for me. Oh, Mikatoba, really? Again, conflict of interests. Especially my old pet peeve that it's more doing voices for the dub voices than actual voice acting. Like I'm playing this with the dubs on, just to see what the dub voices are like, because I've heard they're alright. And just having the Japanese characters sound Japanese, and the British characters sound British, is already a huge change of pace for the usual Western voice actors in dubbing. If this was dubbed by one of the usual American houses, everybody would sound like whatever Mercer's name is. You'd have Mercer, Jennifer Hale, nobody sounding properly British or Japanese. Watching on 720, Hino, but I've got transcoding today. The magic of 480p is at your fingertips. Even 160. Is this audiobooks with her? Or like YouTube dubbings and voiceovers? It's like the distinction of doing acting or doing voices. And people have nice voices, but if they're not doing the acting, then those little details and nuances really does get paved over. It's also why I don't bother doing voices, usually, when I'm bringing over stuff on streams, since I don't have good voice acting. Essentially Soviet France, Robespierre's, etc. Newspaper article containing an article about a discussion between my father and Sasuke-san. Debate became quite spirited. Oh my goodness, he did bring one of Wakahai's kittens with him. And bikes becoming popular in Japan. Oh, but I can't analyze it. That's still really weird that they just permitted her to continue living her life. So do you mean whether that in universe they speak English for a millennium? Or like as it affected the voice acting? Ah, I see now. I suppose it might depend. Like people had issue with what's her name, Kat or Kate in Fallout 4. But if this is supposed to be like 2040s or whatever in America, post-apocalypse, and is it really going to be a family with a really hard Irish accent? And it depends. You do have holdouts in some places. At the risk of being rude, I'm going to assume that 404 underscore preview is also one of the follow bots that have been popping up in Force a lot past week. Warner Castlett says it Castley. I suppose it depends, since even in cultures that one might assume to be homogenous, they very rarely are. Like if you look at just a continental US or even just Britain, smaller but also with lots of very local stuff, people do hold on to really specific local dialects, traditions, names. Like I think along the eastern seaboard of the US, there's communities with people with really, really archaic accents and conventions. A lot of it eroding really quickly as the young folk move out to the cities, get some modernization in, then move back that they can't understand the old folk. But it's not impossible. Haven't had French authority over parts of the US for centuries now, but still got the Creole ongoing. La Follette? The inspector's still got. He's got a turtle towel! Okay, the turtle towel makes up for his tuberculosis. I don't know. I guess I see things like this, and I see how it's totally fair and possible that you do get weird pronunciations of things, even if the influence seemingly would have disappeared ages ago. Because holdouts and changes and weird morphologies do happen. I mean, all of us here came to this planet as complex amino acids, and now built ourselves all sorts of references and influences. We got the moms jokingly calling Target Target, and who knows, at 100 years it might stick. Alright. What did they witness? a crab, then caterwaul. Astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed. That is a very vivid imagery. Maybe he did see the girl astride the Englishwoman. Maybe removing the dagger and trying to apply first aid. Not the same as in the books. So it is kind of some sort of translation convention, in that what we perceive as readers or listeners isn't exactly what's being spoken and heard. I guess it's pretty similar to an argument that happens all the time on test lore for Elder Scrolls stuff, that this isn't Earth, they're not speaking English or French, right? Or the Bretons have French names and pronunciations, when most folks understand it's supposed to be just a convention thing, that it's like us as viewers, as players, having certain cultural identifiers. Which is in itself an excuse for, well, this was a glorified D&D campaign way back in the day. It's just a video game, they just gave it fancy names. But if you want to be in universe, it's just what we're here, it's just being translated for us. Very moment of the crime. So that's a pen. Was that the pen that was held in Brett's hand? Don't tell me, she wrote down. Positively identify her killer. So not right of the name. Is it Ray's pen? And that's supposed to be the damning evidence? Maybe with it we could pretend that the family themselves changed the pronunciation for whatever reason. Like people anglicizing their names, either to assimilate or to make it easier. Or just because somebody at immigration changed it for them and now that's what they're stuck with. RM. Royal Majesty, that is a Queen's pen. And just because that's the defendant's pen doesn't mean that the defendant killed her. Is that going to be the next motive, that the defendant was getting her pen back and resorted to murder? The pen that the victim was found grasping in her hand carries RM. They're the ones grasping now. I can't examine it. I can examine everything else except for the pen. Who's new? Got Satoru Hosanaga, 30, Chief Inspector, Imperial Police Bureau, surreptitiously submerged in the sea in order to keep watch over Miss Brett. Oh, the turtles to disguise. Sasuke Natsume, 33, former visiting student to the British Empire, returned to Japan after a spell of bad luck with the law, now a successful author, and a witness to the current case. Yeah, exactly. All it proves is that she had the defendant's pen in her hand. She could have borrowed the pen. She could have stolen the pen. Thunder, oh lucky. I could use a good storm. We've had morning clouds, but that's it. But then again, this is California. And we've been in fire season the entire year in this post-climate change world. So maybe we shouldn't have a thunderstorm since the last thunderstorm we had, August of last year, caused that huge statewide wildfire. I did, but there is a kind of soothingness with the slow rumble of thunder that does help soothe things over. If we could have thunder without the fire. She's really feeling bent over just because of the pen. Suzato, you've been a judiciary assistant in court for how long? There have been harder evidences than she was holding a pen. What about the knife? Would the knife not be damning evidence? Since allegedly, Sasuke would have seen the stabbing as it happened. Astride the English woman, dagger in hand. Where's the dagger? Blood on the blade. Stabbed the victim multiple times. Oh, whether you joked, but that was the exact counter to knife as evidence of the previous game. A heavy fold-up knife, of which one might have one of. Oh no, we like woodwork, we've got dozens of those, we buy dozens at a time. Isn't that right, darling? Quite right, you can't prove it's ours. And I think so far got zero contradictory evidence. Wait, multiple times. A single wound was identified. I do have evidence. Stabbed multiple times. From the chief investigator.
Objection!
Oh sure, Kazuma gets Sama, but Naruto only gets San. I see how it is. Hold on. Let me save something real quick. Let me see something. Save. Because usually, there is a special accolade for doing certain things at certain times. What's the accolade for the first case? All outfits. Named Takatsuchi Ayuchi. Oh, that's way at the start. At the "Are you fit to be a lawyer?" question. Name the prosecutor and your dad as victims. Alright, so much like the hat hunter, I'll do that later. Examine Miss Green's bottle before it falls to the table in episode 2. Miss Green's bottle, keep that in mind. Oh, whether lucky for us, Ace Attorney trials are always a farce, even at their most serious. It's funny that you mention actual real-world stuff like mistrials. Since the previous game, we did the very lawyer thing and got our client off because the evidence was tampered with, the prosecution was not able to secure their evidence. There was enough reasonable doubt that the defendant didn't do it, they got off, and that was treated like a bad thing. Apparently, it's a bad thing to get a non-guilty verdict over lack of evidence and reasonable doubt, Because, oh no, we didn't get the proper truth. What if he was a real killer? If he was a real killer, that's the prosecution's job. Your job, Naruhodo, is to ensure the trial is conducted properly, fairly, that your client gets the best defense they can that everyone's entitled to. Which just tickles me, since even if there are like real-world bases to things, like allegedly the original Ace Attorney games are based on the nuances of Japanese courts, I'm not sure if this is an inspiration to, or a critique of. But it's pretty funny that the one time you get a case that ends in a way it would in real life, that's a bad thing. That's not the proper way to do it. And they mope on it for the next 2 months. Only one stabbing. There you go, the classic defendant holding the bloody knife. At this point, anybody holding the murder weapon, witnessed holding the murder weapon, has to be innocent. Because that's an ancient trope. That these witnesses witnessed nothing at all. Not true. Is there a case in fiction where the killer witness holding the bloody knife actually was a killer? Sadly, there was a case where he could have pointed out that the blood did not come from that point. But it's the Meiji era, the Victorian era, so our high-tech chemical analysis was not going to hold up in court anyway.
Objection!
Half-witted child, half-baked objection, kick your butt, don't forget. It's funny, but they do lean on that. Like, when you're playing in Britain, you get proper autopsies, but here, the most you get is a post-mortem. Literally, the cops looked at the corpse, maybe asked somebody a question, and that's the analysis. There was one stab wound, that's it. For her next strike? That's just conjecture, prosecutor. She was removing the knife as a poor form of forced aid. I just realized that Natsume changed his footwear. Shed no blood to the death. I wish. with a demon's cold-blooded composure. Well, don't forget, she is a research assistant, first under Dr. Wilson, then under Mikotoba. She knows medicine. She is a student of medicine. That is what she studies. Although, from what I understand, you want to keep the knife in because the knife does act as a plug. You want to stabilize it, try to staunch the bleeding, and then try to keep the person in position till proper help arrives. Immediately eat the judge. But this takes place in the past. We have to keep the judge alive, otherwise the descendants won't get to exist as good judges of the future. We have to come up with a plausible reason, in lieu of simply having the defendant give her testimony on the bench. Stab her again. No, save the life. To hold the pen. Maybe holding the pen was a way to kind of control the pain in removing the knife. Hold this pen, grab really tight, because this is gonna hurt. Maybe she wanted her to pulse her grip on the pen, to make her vein pop out, to apply the IV, to keep her fluids up. No, Tish, haha, that was a perfectly prominent possibility. I'm pretty sure that to keep the knife in. But this is an older era, and I'm not sure what the first aid standards for the late 19th century, early 20th would be. Maybe she felt that with her training, she has proper experience and materials to remove the knife and then control the flow of the bleeding, staunching up the wound properly, or would have if she wasn't stopped and arrested. Forensic Medicine Primer. Yeah, exactly. Pulling the blade from the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Caveat, without thinking, but she is a medical student. I propose that she was going to apply a proper first aid after moving the knife. Not really first aid, proper like medical stuff. That's the entirety of his testimony? I can't really contradict any of that, I think. But maybe she fell, though with no doctor around. And this is the early 20th century. If she had somebody run off to get a doctor and come back, it might be too late. That the best course of action is emergency treatment. Oh, sure, ouchie, that's a very common experience. Who hasn't poked somebody with a knife and pulled it out? Could be fatal, not would be fatal. If she simply pulled the knife out and left it at that, then sure, she bleeds out. If she pulls the knife out but has a medical know-how and the materials to treat it. If it fails to ID any issues. And there's no jury here, so I can't summation examination. Honestly, right now that's what I'm thinking. Because it's a hut made of bamboo strips. There's a very clear huge gap in the back wall. And a chair. Maybe she did sit down and get herself stabbed. It could be a trap. It could have been some foreign assassin did this in, since there is secrets being leaked internationally. And there probably are parties that would want to see the alliance between Japan and UK dissolved. So it's possible, it's very possible, she accidentally did this to herself. Okay, I think all I can do is press.
Hold it!
And hope they got some new statement to add. Yeah, but it has to come out eventually. So if somebody with the right know-how did it... Exactly, a medic present. But since nobody's around for miles, and there's no telephone here, the medical research student is the next best thing.
Hold it!
Does not possess an ounce of sense. Suzato, ouch. Again, yeah, aware of, and possibly have the know-how to get around it. No good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out. Replace it with the pen, no. Single deep stab wound. Pierce the lung. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, observed in both eyes. Maybe that, it's a lung injury, might be important? Maybe want to treat for tension pneumothorax?
Hold it!
I don't think the court is going to look too kindly on domestic terrorism as a leak in this trial. Geez, Ryutaro, just because you're playing the part doesn't mean you have to lean that heavily into it. So far, that all tracks. Did have motive. Objection. If she had motive, why did she very clearly lend her pen? Her expensive, rare fountain pen.
Hold it! Objection!
Reiterate your point. Was the defendant's highly respected mentor. That is also true. But can I contest that? Okay, she's not hiding in the background. Kitty.
Hold it!
Maybe the very act of her mentor being murdered meant she missed out on the medical lecture on do not pull out knives. Evidence! So I gotta press evidence? Game is telling me you have to use evidence here? But I've been examining. Everything except the pen can be examined. I know it must be done. So can I examine the pen now? I could finally examine the pen. The game refused to let me the first time that I took the pen. I tried to do it. Alright, what does the pen hide? There's an RM. Maybe it's not a pen, but it's a syringe of some type. Harry's initials are M, and the emblem of some description. So it is a pen. But then how does knowing that the fountain pen has a strange emblem help me here? No ink. Not even a hint of residue either. A very small amount of liquid stood inside the ink reservoir. Maybe this ties to the meiosis of her eyes. Maybe she gave herself a slight injection of some kind of numbing agent, and then purposefully sat down in the chair to stab herself with the back, because she's not just a cold-blooded international assassin, but is also willing to lay down her own life to carry out the whims of her masters. Oh cute, now it gives a check mark. If you've already examined that piece of the evidence. The first game did not have that, but it's weird then. That they would add that to the second game but not the first, and they're both in the same bundle. You would think maybe, if there was an advancement to the second, they would add that quality of life to the first. Drugs does seem like a possibility now. Oh, now I could examine the newspaper for other articles? See, the game's just hiding the stuff. It can't just let me examine things from the start. What's the back article? Deadly poison. Poison from the lab again, Brett? The same MO as 9 months ago? The poison? Which poison? Do tell. A highly toxic poison. Ray in charge of the project. Article about the poison that was stolen from the laboratory at Yuma University. Even my father, who was responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. Maybe the true shape of the case is that Ray and Brett were collaborators? That she is guilty not of murder, but of theft and espionage. Following a lecture at Yume by Sasuke Natsume, On the 11th of August, it has come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison, being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory, has been stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with the impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Contraction of the pupils. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. Apparently, it's an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Impaired breathing, acute contraction of the pupils. Is this to give me the why for why she removed the knife? Allowing some amount of exsanguination if it means treating the poison itself? Significant sample size. Well, there might be more than 32 people here. That is a magic number, isn't it? To get more than n equals 30 and you're good. If only though. If only a symptom of the poisoning, or an effect of it, was staunch bleeding. Impaired breathing, contraction of the pupils, death in minutes. And she did die minutes after the hemorrhaging. Pupil constriction observed in both eyes. So where could I use this new evidence? No good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Defendant's highly respected mentor. Maybe for a good reason why to remove the knife. Dude, that's a cursed knife. You got stabbed by it, remove the knife.
Objection!
It works.
Objection!
But the post-mortem is only a visual once over. There was no forensic analysis. Which part of the article? Which part was it? That's that it was stolen. Wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. So deadly in tiny quantities could work. But so would why is it being developed? Because that's where you get the pupil contractions. Prior to death. Prove fatal in minutes? I think that's it. Possibility of blade entry and fatal in minutes. deadly in tiny quantities, right? Court record, verify which section. Deadly in tiny quantities.
Objection!
Again, they don't have sophisticated forensic analysis at this time or place.
Objection!
Yeah, prevented the poison taking hold by spilling all the blood. Not if it takes minutes to kill. And what about her constricted eyes, mentioned in the post-mortem? So what's the evidence going to be? The post-mortem? Or both eyes were constricted? Or is it going to be the newspaper again for the symptoms? Proof to the court now. The clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article can't be the newspaper again. The newspaper proves the newspaper. It's the post-mortem.
Take that!
Just a small town country lawyer. Ending with prior to death. She was already well on. So could we get the defendant to testify for herself? And yoga professor. And it's all thanks to the brave journalists of the local newspapers. Not unfounded, simply unconfirmed. Can we take a recess to have him go to university and confirm this? Defendant. So Ray, the poison could possibly be possibly been extradited in the pen marked RM. Why would you have stolen it in the first place? Notice they were stolen. Maybe RM isn't her name, the symbol is different. It could be whatever organization Brett was working for. The old DNA and the shaving cream trick. Hence we agreed to follow Brett out. But Ray, that only gives you more compelling motive to have done the murder. Sat on a stool on the back of a hut smiling. The stool, with the big old gap in it where she could have put a knife that she's laced with the poison to kill herself and cause an international incident. So she was talking while she had the knife in her back. She knew. That was on purpose then. Unless there's somebody sneaking around the back waiting. Maybe she'll get off with saying nothing to protect state secrets. Or not.
Objection!
Move to expose the core to gamma radiation. Give it a few decades, and there'll be plenty of radiation exposure from the atmosphere.
Objection!
Well, he's the tutorial prosecutor of a long line of tutorial prosecutors. They're all awful. It's actually pretty impressive that they keep getting worse and worse every single game. Is it the knife? A new photo. This could simply be a picture of her taking the knife out. That doesn't have to be her plunging the knife in. Who took the picture? What is the provenance of the shots? And more importantly, you've shown us photographs, but where are the knives? Oh my goodness, the phony prosecutors actually presented a list of evidence to the court ahead of time and let the defense have access to that list of evidence to build their case. Ample proof that at one point she held the knife. We know she took the knife out. That's all we're seeing. Photographic print taken at the moment the victim was attacked, so it says. Friend Ray seen kneeling over Miss Brett. What's important? That she's already bleeding? That the knife is already bloodied? If the knife is already bloodied, it's possibly in a state of being withdrawn. Maybe that's what important is? Maybe that's what's important, unless you're going to argue that that's just a splatter of stabbing. Her costume is undone, that strap's off. Maybe this is at a point where she's being treated medically. Belt off to reduce the restriction in her airflow. Then remove knife. Head resting in a recovery position so she doesn't choke in her own tongue. This isn't as damning as they want us to think.
Objection!
Objection!
Do we get to take his testimony? Upholding the defense's demand, good judge. See, that's where you get spare judge. We can't just sacrifice the whole court, because the judge is actually pretty decent. You can't do that. So this was it was a trap. It's not enough that Miss Brett stole some poison and set herself up to die to cause an international incident. Her dying the day before she's extracted. But there's also a camera planted ahead of time just for this purpose, to implicate a Japanese national. The provenance of the print is unknown. Then it's not evidence. Like Wither says, strike it, strike the evidence. Susato speaking the truths? What truth? It exists is the only truth there is. This could be doctored, we don't know. We don't know who took it. We've confirmed from 3 different directions that the evidence is unreliable, and yet that unreliable evidence is going to be your most compelling. Doesn't that kind of prove the weakness of the prosecution's case? Withdrew the blade from the victim. Does anything else I have contest this photo? It would have been taken from somewhere along this wall, wouldn't it? But I don't see any opening. Because she's lying here, her face is off that direction, the mask is off. That's clearly a gap in the bamboo. So maybe somebody squeezed the wall apart, took a shot, then fixed the wall up a little bit surreptitiously. Which is nothing. If this was the point, that she was stabbing Brett, and then surely the blood wouldn't be gushing so much yet. She would stab, then comes the bleeding. This is the knife going in when the blood's already there. Maybe it's as basic as that. Working out who took it, can we? Who took the photograph? We have to say we have an answer. But what hint do we possibly have in it? Is it the crack? The crack. There is a crack in the upper right. There is also a crack here in the upper right. So whoever took this picture also took this one. But who captured it? Are we just gonna say whoever took the photograph or the paper is possibly the same person? But if there's a crack on the lens, doesn't that mean that all the prints are going to be overexposed? Proof to court. Newspaper.
Take that!
shadow. And the exact same tree growing to scale at the back of the hut.
Objection!
Really, nothing at all. You're grasping, prosecutor. The exact same tree. The camera. A camera defect. Some tree branches. Throw the prosecutor a bone. The camera. Scratch on the lens. Okay. That makes a lot more sense than a crack. You cause a defect, but you don't have a risk of overexposure. Replay the Obra Dinn with it. How was it the second time through? Because one of the critiques I've heard about the Obra Dinn is that it's all cool the first time through, but once you play it, it's got no replayability. Accuse the captain of killing everyone. Devious. Have you tried Overboard yet? Inkle's latest. Because it kind of reminds me of what that game goes for. Hundreds of scratch camera devices, surely, but the exact same pattern.
Objection!
You simply go for whoever photographed the picture for the article, and there's your man. The author of the article, or the cameraman. Need a memo? Did he have a photographer with him? Or was he both photographer and author all in one? Is that the guy who was right behind him during his testimonies? So he's in court already. Hold on. That symbol on his band. Oh my goodness, he's not just a reporter. He is also a co-conspirator. And the initials, that's his pen. That's his pen with the poison in it. Case solved, we found the murderer, lock him up. He's probably also the author of this newspaper article, because nobody knew about the missing poison, except for Ray. So, if she told nobody, how did the article get out? One, how did he get access to the poison? If this article was taken in the lab, then maybe he had access to the lab, but the poison should have been a lock and key. He somehow grabbed just enough of the poison, and then wanted to make a second article about a murder? And plans a murder? I have no idea, but the evidence is pretty compelling that the newspaperman did it. Write 10 many memo. RM. Same symbol on his arm. Join for a short recess. Does that mean to be continued? Because I kinda need the bathroom. The knight finally gets to the evidence. Took long enough. Meh. To be continued. Finally. At a solid 2 hours. It's always around 2 hours, except for the culminating bits. Alright, so 2 hours in. Gotta get myself a BRB. Get my legs stretched, splattered empty. Recommend y'all do the same. And we'll resume the case in a few minutes. Much better. My legs are getting stiff. Get some stretches in. didn't do my pints this morning for some whatever reason. Circadian rhythm messing up, sleeping later. Probably means the Earth is returning to better tilt, closer towards the winter. Alright, so, shall we? Shall we get back into it? Excessive breaks during the proceedings. It's been 2 hours. Lawyers gotta stretch their legs too. Should've, but we have established the toxin isn't state secret. So, I think that even if the judge wasn't a sweetie, he would probably excuse it. Due to the presence of lawyers. Failure coming to light. But being afraid of a failure coming to light also protected state secrets, so I'm sure it's excusable. Like Inspector Gregson back in Britain, doing all his shady stuff just to keep secrets. And nothing bad happened to him, no perjury. But you see, we're good lawyers, we're the defense attorneys, we're making sure that people who are normally at a disadvantage have an equal footing in court. We're the good guys, we're the good ones. No better than what now? Well, Suzato, those are intrusive thoughts. Nobody gets blamed for intrusive thoughts. If anything, that's when you have to change the lock on your doors. I think Ray may be crushing. Getting it back of the hut. Listening. She's holding the pen. She has the pen. The emptied a poison pen. So it's either her trap, or the lawyer's trap. Not the lawyer, the journalist's trap. Or they're working together. It could possibly be that the journalist is also the employee of whatever shady organization had that hit list that included Kazuma and Dr. Wilson. And Brett has killed at least one of those. Poison under scrutiny. We have the pen that carried it. But they're using the university labs to help out. So it's possible that with the right equipment, they could identify said alkalis, right? Without this chemical reagent. So they do have the means of detecting it then. Just in case what? We drag the body into the courtroom to sprinkle some on? It could be she was a leak. Swanned in. What's the exact wording? You work on that substance there. Did you have to give the introduction? Just be like, oh, no, we can't talk about this, it's classified, or no, that's dangerous, we can't talk about that. Natsume is very, very neurotic. You mention it's a little bit dangerous, and he'll start flailing about, change the subject. There's a little bit of fluid left in the pen, isn't there? A very small amount of liquid is still inside the ink reservoir, so maybe we could use a chemical reagent on it. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's lab. Sherman. We open it. Nothing on the bottom. Can't lift the lid yet. Well, can I go back to here, open the pen? How to open pen? Then can we combine? X Spinolia, thank you for the follow. Now we can't combine them. Oh, the follow count actually increased by 1, so I guess that one's not one of the prolific spam things that I've been going about this week. It's kind of funny, but for the follow bots, no matter how much they follow, the follow count stays the same because Twitch has been banning those almost instantly. So it's a pleasant surprise to see the count actually go up. Sent back to office, and yet, there he was with his camera at the scene of the crime. And I doubt he lent somebody the camera, since it's the early 1900s. These things are expensive. They're technical. They're complex to use. courtroom at once. Redact the background music. You kind of almost could. There is the Redemption 4 music, but it's very specific music. Ningen Isu. Oh right, that Ningen Isu. I remember now. But I'll get DMCA'd. That's real music. That's like ironclad music industry music. Imagine getting DMCA'd for Heartless Scat. Where's the witness? I don't see him. Use a chemical reagent on the bottle of water next to the judge. Oh, he's doing the thing again. That's the only time, right? Brett's dead, so he's not going to do the little sleazy thing every time she opens her mouth. Oh, you know what? This isn't the first time that Brett swallowed poison, is it? The first time was Karare, which doesn't poison you when ingested orally. But there is the bottle behind her, the glass to her side. And the poison does work, either via a wound or from the mouth. So, a layered suicide? The knife to put the blame onto the defendant, but ingested the poison to steer blame away from the knife itself being an avenue for poison, so just a straight up stabbing, clear-cut stabbing. Could have been sucking on pen too. That is a possibility since it's a fountain pen. Poison in the reservoir would go up through the tip. So pen or the drink are both valid avenues. It's alright, I will cheat. Let you have the small victory because we're already 10 steps ahead of you. A small knife for the scene of the crime that was found at the victim's back. No trace of the poison was found on the blade. Basic kitchen knife. Everybody's got one of these. And there's absolutely nothing else. Well, I would use it in a kitchen, ergo, for me, it's a kitchen knife. Ryutaro, don't forget, stabbing isn't the only avenue for the poison to enter. You were the judiciary assistant all the previous last game, so you know how this works. Yeah, for slashing, like if I wanted to really scrape a bit of meat off a bone at an odd angle. Maybe pry apart some especially difficult sea snails. Or nuts. You put the nut down on a flat surface, then you put the knife on top, flat blade, and then pound on the blade to the nut cracks. And if I want to make excuses, I should be very useful for making all sorts of excuses. Curiously handsome young lord. At least she's getting her name straight more naturally, but we're not the one on trial here. Many memo. Your testimony, please. Borrow the street for a while. Dark horse because nobody gambles on you? Ooh. Labeled Exhibit 7. But he's got arms. He doesn't need an arming dagger if he's already got both his arms. He confesses, so he can give testimony as to this picture then. Many memoism. That's witness as a creep. I'm all for littering creeps. But I think so far, people haven't been too bad this game yet. Maybe that's his motive. That is a little bit of a nationalist bent. Maybe he was upset, because he's a newspaper man. He knows about the previous trial 9 months ago. British woman comes to Japan, murders somebody, almost causes international incident, then allowed to exist and resume her normal life for 9 months. Maybe it's him who has caused her murder. Many memo pad. So it's equally possible that he is just a journalist who merely wanted to expose the truth. But the poison was quite possibly in his pen. And I don't think he'd be nice enough to her to lend it to her. From start to finish, you say. I don't know. I think maybe he heard the thud, pushed the wall aside, and simply captured the withdrawing. Maybe laying her down, then withdrawing? Maybe him being guilty is a red herring, because it's obvious RM, the symbol, same on his arm and the pen, to make us think it's him. And yeah, he's using pencils, not pens. So you saw that. You saw her on the chair. Then seconds later, pulled a knife out. To the floor and stabbed her in the back. True, it could be a literal character assassination. Whole thing he says. How did you know then about the missing poison? Did he witness that too? Witness it being stolen? And then chose to publish it the next day? Oh no, it can't be Natsume. If Natsume was a one to the poisoning, then he wouldn't exist to write further Japanese literature. It would break the timeline. He is a fixed point in time, as a tent doctor would say. Maybe Natsume knows that. Knows he's a fixed point in time. Ergo, he can get away with murder. And nobody could stop him. Even if there are no circumstances, it is well within our rights as defenders, to cross-examine this witness first. Still unopened when I left it there, with him 10 minutes later. Enigmatic.
Hold it!
What do you see, Ryotaro? It was two young college girls, or journal instinct as he puts it. Had murdered the victim himself. Got it all wrong. We had consent then, at least one party. Oh, no, it's a scoop, so it doesn't count as being a creep. Sitting on a stool. Maybe that in itself is a weak point, because his camera is peeking out at this angle towards the door. Which means it would have to be from here, staring this way. But with this stuff in the way, this dress, it looks like, and this coat rack, it'd be impossible to see the chair.
Objection!
No, my objection's too weak. But it does contradict. There's no way he could see it. There's stuff in the way. He can't see the chair from that angle. Maybe I'm on the right track, but the wrong piece of evidence. Maybe just this picture. You can't see the chair, right? There's no chair in it.
Objection!
Again? But there's no chair. How could he see the chair? There's no chair. And re-examine the... It says she's sitting on the stool. But you can't see the stool. There's no stool. There's no stool.
Hold it!
Entering the hut. Easy. The camera's pointed right at it, but there's stuff in the way. Between the hut entrance and the stool itself. Pulls out a knife, throws her to the floor, stabs her in the back.
Hold it!
Is this going to be the evidence? Not the photographs, but the floor plan that shows that yes, there was junk in the way, so we couldn't have possibly seen what went on. I think I'm going to press exactly the same point, but with a different piece of evidence that shows the exact same thing. English woman went for the student. Went for her. Pen out, perhaps? Alright, and where exactly was his camera? And yet, she has your pen. Last statement. So we get new evidence and new statement. No, we need the statement. We need the statement because he wants to prove that there's no connection between him and Brett, but I can prove there is connection. Never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the English woman. And yet, your pen.
Objection!
So we're proving the pen, and not that his camera couldn't have possibly seen. The bench in the back. Show you news. The exact same emblem. His news organization, his initials. What, does Ray work for the newspapers now?
Objection!
That would explain how he knew about the bench or the stool. Still gonna be hung up on how he knew about it. Not to mention, that's his sketch, isn't it? He sketched all this out. So he knew the layout of everything from the outside, from this perch. Nah, he's been in there. Maybe he has spoken to her. Where this clue lies. This clue doesn't lie, this clue tells the truth.
Got it!
especially since this is a Japanese game. So the word for star pretty much describes any celestial body. So stars, planets, increasing the amount of stars several times over. What is the significance? How did she get the pen? Reveal their secrets? So you do have something hidden. Some unknown truth. Interview with her. Because there is still the possibility that the poison was in the pen. So, if it was, then at what point was it her that put the poison into it? Was it him? Right. We need the other witnesses so they can react to what he's saying. What? No, he's safe. He's a historical character. For an interview, but declined and left without a fuss. Is that really his style? No risk, no scoop after all. So she says no to a witness, and having been denied consent, you then proceed to snoop your camera into the reeds. A very significant question. Well, no, she was asked a question. There was no indication that she answered. True, yes. And she did give an answer? She said no. Straight to the point. Well, if she wasn't gonna give a motive to us, and she's not getting it either, he's not getting it. Lock.
Hold it!
I'm still not sure about the placement of the camera and what its field of view should be. But because Natsume is here, it's probably going to be the tutorial for how to react to reactions.
Hold it!
Or Natsume indeed. Every time he's around the English, somebody has to die. Truly that means that the English themselves were cursed.
Hold it!
What was the question? You gonna tell us? It was a simple question. 3 simple letters. ASL. Who did this to you? Oh, she's already a murderer, who I anticipate to be an international spy, or assassin. So, of course she'd implicate somebody. With her dying breath. Nothing in response. But she never replied. Does anything counter this? Layout. That occurs in minutes. Single stab wound piercing a lung. lifted a trembling finger and pointed to the defendant. The defendant, or maybe somebody behind the defendant. Culprit is here. She would have had to lift her finger behind her, wouldn't she? Maybe pointing towards the cameraman? Which finger? Is it a finger of the right hand?
Hold it!
On the floor. Alright. Far side of her. So, was that like... she pointed like this? Like that? This is a lot of flexing a dying woman's doing. Or towards a crack in the wall where a knife could have been. And everything was trembling. The hut was trembling, the beach was trembling. A slightly different direction. We have got to enact Sholmes's patented deductions.
Attention!
No other person. Are we certain it was straight to the back of the hut? All you need is a credible argument to the contrary. True culprit and claim with evidence. Can I finger him? Rate 10 mini memo, 38. Jonas for Showy News. Currently following Solsky-san everywhere, reporting his every move. An eyewitness to the incident. You two are out at sea. You weren't here. You're the patsy. You're dead. It could only be him. So what even is at the back of the room? There's a bottle behind her. There's a crack in the wall where the knife could have been plunged. Maybe that crack in the wall is from the reeds being pushed aside to fit the camera. And will it fall back into place perfectly here? Not so much here. Back of the hut. Then gets to her feet and falls. Yep, it's a hole. Where was he hiding? Outside.
Objection!
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 If we're assuming that the journalist was saying the truth, and his questions to her were hard-hitting "why did you kill the guy?", then clearly that is the forefront of his mind. So it's entirely possible that he was also seeking revenge. And that's probably why he did not publish anything about this murder, simply sent the photo in. The culprit was concealed at the moment the victim was stabbed. Well, this is what we were saying from the very start, wasn't it? She was in the chair, got stabbed with a very obvious hole in the back, so the real killer would have been here.
Take that!
Yeah. A simple reed hut with obvious cracks in it. The cracks track. So you confessed many memo. Well, if that's where you were, and there was no other suspicious person, well, that narrows down the list of suspects. Maybe then Brett was stabbed, and to prevent the theft of the poison from being found out, quickly consumed it herself. Or maybe she brought the poison to murder somebody, but then being murdered herself, then chose to go out with the poison, possibly to conceal it in her involvement.
Take that! Objection!
I gotta point it out. We're on the photograph. Crack.
Take that!
And there's lots of openings. They've established you could just push the things aside. which we know, thanks to the journalist pushing his much bigger camera lens through it. There you go. Case closed. We have reasonable doubt that our defendant, our client, was the one who did it. So, non-guilty verdict. And the prosecution can begin the investigation to this fellow. Yeah, because she stood up and fell.
Objection!
I'm glad everybody's caught up to speed from 3 hours ago. Maybe she intended to poison herself. Maybe the poison was in the cup, which she drank, hoping to implicate Ray with her death, but then shortly after taking the drink, gets stabbed anyway. So suicide turns into murder. Is it attack it and miss it a guilt? Is that good enough? That's it? We've won? That easy? That easy? I guess that's it. Or not. But we're so close. Your Honor, this is your courtroom. This is your courtroom, Judge. You could end the trial right now if you want to. Poison, isn't it? You're gonna push a poison angle? The poison is barely touched on, because it wasn't on the knife. But we don't have an avenue of admission. I don't know about that. It could have been afterwards. She could have been stabbed, taken a sip in her proper English composure, then stood up, then collapsed. But if the pen was the avenue of carrying or storing or even administering the poison, that's RM's pen. RM's journalistic pen. That puts the blame back to him. If he came through the pen.
Objection!
But even then, if it turns out that it was suicide instead of murder, then the important thing is, it's not his trial, it's not the victim's trial, it's the defendant's trial. So suicide or murder, we get off. Slipped into... She could have made herself drink it. We've established she knew about the poison since she asked about it during the interview between Natsume and the professor.
Hold it!
Did we establish she did no poisoning? It's a poison, it's supposed to be under lock and key. But then Brett opens her mouth, gets Natsume interested, Professor has to show it off. Maybe that's the opening for a single bit of sample to go missing? Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. That is an admittance. Your Honor, that proves for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, that we did not do the stabbing. That is what we are on trial for. Our case is closed, give your not guilty verdict, and if you must investigate him, that's the prosecutor's job, we don't care. That is not what we're in court for today. The courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did. Isn't that what I said? So, the theme of the two games so far seems to be people taking their own form of justice outside that of the courts. Your Honor, there you have it. Our client is innocent in the case of the state versus Ray in the stabbing of Miss Brett. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think it is still him. I think that the pretense of the interview was to plant the pen so at some point she licks it to get the ink flowing to write and thus poisons herself, or maybe to drop a few drops of ink into her drink. Where's my charger? Ah. And then he watches from the outside to see if she does drink the drink or lick the ink. But then argument happens instead. She's not taking the drink, she's not bothering with the pen, so just stabs her. That's what I think. Plan and follow up. Is it the pen? Did you give the poison pen to Ray, and the Ray found its way to Brett, and you're suggesting that because Ray was the carrier of the pen to Brett, that Ray therefore is the actual killer? The Fallout New Vegas Ulysses thing that, oh, just because you as a mail carrier delivered a bomb that you did not know about, that makes you an awful, awful person, and not whoever sent out that bomb in the first place. Final cross-examination at the trial. Is it really going to be? You stabbed her. That proves you're innocent. Truly the Batman of our time. Does it not make it murder, though, if he stabs somebody who was already poisoned? He still committed a crime.
Hold it!
Is he a brace and suspenders kind of guy?
Hold it!
It got your goat because you're like, oh no, my chance of poisoning is slipping through my fingers. About the restaurant 9 months ago. Now Ray says it was about the missing poison. I think you're projecting, Mini Memo. You were telling us exactly what you were feeling that day. But let's say we suspend the one cross-examination, let the defendant testify. Is it not her right as the defendant to testify?
Hold it!
The nested cross-examinations. Nothing to Dr. Wilson, discussing the stolen poison. I think that's true.
Hold it!
Poison is her MO. Well, somebody's government decided not to hold her in custody and just allow her continued access to the medical research facilities. Of course she'd know. There was no leash on her. So this does kind of put more weight in the pen being the carrier of the poison. Did you have an experience with deadly poison? There was none of that in the escapades. And the case that he was involved in was more on the side of a knife and flaming books. That does kind of prove that if his article was based on that argument, that they were arguing about the poison then, and not, say, the Wilson murder. The reporter, Many Memo-san, based it on information gleaned by eavesdropping. Well, there you go then. That's the evidence to counter his earlier statement. A new statement for your testimony? Or testament, does it come out as? There is, if you wanted to implicate them and let yourself go scot-free. Why stab her if you already poisoned her? Very small amount of liquid. Debate between Dad and Sasuke-san. Info bleed by eavesdropping. Deep wound from behind, piercing a lung. So it's certainly more definitive than a poison he knows nothing about. Developing the university's forensic science laboratory. Smallest amount of his body, by the mouth through a wound. Fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. That could be why then. You poisoned them, but then they just drop dead, right? Just dropping dead is very suspicious. There's shapes to this, shapes and sides. If she just drops dead, with a top secret chemical, then it kind of goes as an unsolved mystery. If poisons and then stabs, then you create evidence towards the stabbing. Dead either way. Maybe he's not thinking like a criminal mastermind, maybe he just wants to make sure she's no Rasputin. Symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. Maybe it is to hide the fact that it's poisoned then, and not duplicate the military. Maybe that's it. Maybe he did the poisoning, then realized, oh snap, this is way too specific. If this poisoning gets out, that's gonna be the military, the whole government. I'm doing this for the sake of the government, for the country that is too scared to execute this girl themselves. So I do a stabbing too. It very obviously becomes a stabbing, justice served, but without blowing any secret governmental stuff. Maybe that's it. Basic, simple patriotism and nationalism. That's the angle.
Objection!
Hey! Got the music change. Exactly, a terrible toxin. He could have assumed, oh snap, I could use this, and then went ahead to poison her, and only later realized it's a very specific thing, with military and governmental implications. Regret.
Objection!
no, but we're dying. Phone calls from worried people? Well, that's sweet at least. You have people who do care. That's a comfort with her, and I am glad to hear that. We haven't killed everyone yet, but we have found an opening for the journalist being both the poisoner and the stabber. He's confessed to the stabbing, but is trying to pretend that stabbing doesn't count because she was poisoned first. But if he's done both, then it all works out. It already works out though, because the whole point isn't to pin him, it's to get a non-guilty verdict for my client. And if he did the stabbing, then good. The case of the stabbing from our defendant is a non-issue, non-guilty. And so my thinking is that he took the poison when he only learned that it was a deadly toxin. He didn't know it was a specific thing. Upon eavesdropping, learned it's actually a military secret with very specific telltale signs. And so stabs the girl to cover up the fact that he used military secret technology to murder. We don't know yet that it was in the pen, but it's very heavily implied because everyone who goes in and out of the lab gets searched top to bottom. So if anybody was carrying an obvious source of poison, it would not get out. But if it was hidden in the pen, they wouldn't know. Is that it? See, my thinking is that he realized that it's a very specific military secret thing and doesn't want to implicate his own government, weak as it is. She's arguing that a stabbing has more suspects than a poisoning with this poison. But either way, I guess. Either way, we're getting to the truth. And there you go. She is a research student who knows the poison would be far too specific, so she wouldn't use it herself, because that paints a giant flag on her. So that is reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt that she did the poisoning. We have a confession for who did the stabbing. That's all we need. So case closed, not guilty. Shock from the judge, just stabbed. So the rest of the court case is becoming clear. He'll be like, I didn't steal the poison, because no poison goes in and out. We'll put out the pen. He'll be like, oh, well, that's a pen for ink. The ink's almost empty. Then we use a reagent that's been sitting around for the whole game. Remember if there's been any Ace Attorney case that got a valid self-defense treatment. There have been so many games over the past couple of decades, and at this point the only one I haven't played is Ace Attorney Investigations 2, because that has not gone stateside either. So many cases, they all become a blur. I think self-defense might have been a potential possibility for a bad way out that fails you. But I'm not sure there was any actual self-defense. Maybe the bonus case for the first game? I think that might have led that way.
Objection!
Remember. Speaking of Witchwither, have you watched Odd Taxi yet? Odd Taxi. I've gone from having Odd Taxi evangelized to me to in turn becoming the Odd Taxi evangelist. It's pretty interesting. I enjoyed it. It's kind of a mystery sort of thing. But I'm terrible at describing stuff. So I will say it's pretty compelling. And I fully recommend it. It's only about what, 12 or 13 episodes long? Oh, there you go then. More for the queue.
Objection!
If you counted, there must be evidence. He's gonna do it. He's going to pull the "how could I possibly smuggle it out" card. Well, you confessed to the stabbing. That's not us saying, that's you admitting. Evidence. Well, I'm so glad he asked. Many memos or many memo. He's doing it. He's pulling out the "how could I possibly steal it" card. The searchings. Well, nobody stops a pen is a thing. Shot straight through the heart. There can't be a question of it. He must have stolen it. He did steal it. Just gotta point out the container. A container that explicitly has a little bit of fluid remaining. Annoyingly handsome. I may never know. Maybe this is such a euphoric experience for Suzato that she does end up joining the ranks of trans man protagonists.
Take that!
Naturally she won't, because that's not her arc. Sadly. "15 years only." ink into the reservoir. So we didn't even have to disassemble it or anything. Shoop it up through the nib, then suck it back out, or shoot it back out. And all he needs is a tiny amount for the poison to actually work. But where's your proof? You don't have proof that the pen itself contained any such poison. Is that to suggest that such a search would have been conducted for any of the guests? And he just had to use his own unique monogram pen. But then target of opportunity, it's not like he carries beaks around. Into her glass, or she just chewed on the nib.
Objection!
He straight up admitted that she said nothing to his question.
Objection!
Yeah, by finding out you're the actual killer, to get acquittal for my client. Plenty of pencils. But fountain pens are a bit more expensive, aren't they? Speculation, here it comes, time for the reagent! A final decisive blow. A piece of evidence that had not been used yet. No such evidence could possibly exist. I will say though, this got a lot quicker than the first run of the first game. Which I was kind of expecting, because the previous game was like, more than half of it was just tutorials for various features. So my expectation was that this game would just jump right into it. Procedure winner. In an Ace Attorney game, impossible.
Take that!
Procedure is just a recommendation. It's a guideline, nothing more. The rule of law? Just a suggestion. And all through the reservoir. Do the flail. Do the flail. Come on. Heard. Yeah. Building up his energy. Ah, there he goes. Classic Ace Attorney panic. Dang, a double charge attack. Almost brought a tear to my eye. I'm a sucker for cooperation. So yeah, tutorial case, fewer witnesses, not as much evidence. No having to find coins and stakes. So from here on out, should be proper, big, meaty Ace Attorney cases. And not just tutorials, straight on to the final quest. Expose it? You were going to expose state secrets? Being developed in a lab? That is all, and then what? Then your nationalistic fervor just beat out of your chest and you had to kill her? But now we're never gonna get her motive, are we? She's too dead to give her motive to the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Unless the Chief Justice stuff and everything else with the leaked state secrets does tie back to her. It has to. And he squirted it expertly across the room into her drink. I'm not even in question how he was able to spike her drink without her seeing, since the first case of the previous game establishes everyone's a ninja and can move multiple pieces of evidence around the room, including bodies, in full view of everybody else without being seen. Yeah. He could have taken cues from modern America and used his newspaper for scholastic terrorism, rile up an angry, unruly mob to do the lynching for him. And as a mere student too. So she has to have a lot more importance than just being a mere student in university. She's got to have some connection to some higher echelon conspiracy. Hence the importance in extracting her. Conspiracy running deep. And he's put international relationships in precarious positions now. Oh, you made him sad. Forgot yourself for a bit, Ryutaro? Musing in a manly way. Is that... That's not a bee box. Oh no, oh no. The napkin, the knife. He's going to cut that little top bit of hair, isn't he? He's going to commit shave his head. So it is real. I thought it was glued on. Truly a noble spirit. This is the right amount of ridiculous for Ace Attorneys. If the not guilty celebration doesn't have stray hairs mixed into it, riot. Yay. No stray hairs. Ah. No stray hairs billowing with the cherry blossoms. Missed opportunity. And at 4 hours too, see? It's like 2 hours between most saves. So pretty well paced out, these games. Or this, yeah, these two. There wasn't anything in use, were there? Well, I can't check now, there's no more court record. Are they gonna celebrate at, what was it, Le Carnaval restaurant? To a milk bar tomorrow. Oh, she is smitten. But there is no Ryutaro tomorrow. Nah, she just has to wait for the real Naruto comes home. Then they could have someone to throw him out as much as they want. Or maybe, if these two games do start and complete Naruto's journey, then spin-off of the spin-off with Ryutaro's awakening. You'll never see him again. Oh, Ray. Ray, there's no harm in being bi. Oh no, the cover's blown. Yes, Natsume, that's the takeaway. They're related. Well, she's officially a Naruhodo now, I think, so that could be foreshadowing. If not cousins, some other relation. So if Natsume is all the way here, and if he doesn't follow Susato back to Britain, then maybe Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro is going to involve that neighbor, that weird neighbor that never got touched upon. Met him once, at the tail end of the investigation, and then never again, not in trial, not in further cases, not even in the, what do you call it, the escapades. Who came up with Mr. Turtle? Well, give yourself some credit. Mr. Turtle is adorable. Yeah, it's been 9 months. I'm surprised that tuberculosis hasn't taken him yet. Didn't help Kazuma, didn't help Brett. 2 for 2 on failing his bodyguard duties. Is this a catch-up for the previous game? Because it's been 2 years between the release dates. Your arch nemesis. He kind of helped you off the hook, even if you let the bobbies to your front door first. And they weren't able to tell Wilson's daughter that her father was dead, keeping that secret to their graves. And nobody's deigned to told her she's still waiting for the day he comes home. And when she finds out that her two friends knew and weren't ever going to say anything, cannot divulge, so was Wilson involved in the conspiracy with the state secrets being leaked and everything else? Not involved, but maybe investigative? Trying to find the leak, Japan's side? Is that going to be the proof that nobody summoned her back? Because I knew that was faked, it had to be. That was a ploy to weaken the defense. That's confirmation. Or it was a lie, you were sent back on false pretenses. But did manage to protect your good friend in the meantime? Or no, did he call her back? That wasn't faked? Professor, does he know something? Is Mikotoba's life in danger too? What, you mean cover-wise? Oh, Kazuma's. Kazuma's name was on a hit list. I'm assuming it's a hit list. Kazuma's name was on it, Wilson's name was on it. Even the judge has his auto takedowns. You don't mess with King Enma. But surely Kazuma made it home. Susato stopped by his grave. He's got a grave that probably has his name. Seishiro Jigoku. I don't think that name is on the list either. He should be safe then. He knew the whole time. You knew, your dad's friend. So there's conflict of interest all over this court system. Nepotism all the way down. Gregson's name was also on the list too, now that I recall. There was only one name I did not recognize, Shin or some such. Seishiro Sling. Wasted opportunities. This guy's got such a boisterous laugh animation that they haven't used this whole time. Will we get to though, because the implications of the case titles are that all the rest are going to be written again. Introduction with Susato, get some hints, a recap of the previous game, hints for the future meta plot, and then back to Naruto, back to Britain. So we did summon us back. So what's the reason, the true reason? Then tell us, Natsume, tell us now! Well, that's just Ethan for you. That's the authentic experience. But of course, Wither, thanks for hanging, enjoy your sleep. Oh man, that's just being healthy. Even I sleep at a fairly decent hours now. Sleep, after all, is a luxury. And so one should enjoy it when they get the chance to. A visitor? Excuse me. Arriving in Japan, Ministry of Foreign Affairs then had a visitor. Particular part that Natsume would have been aware of. Two terrible cases. Two cases. It was the one case, wasn't it? Unless there was one case that was also an escapade? Because the only actual courtly escapade was Sholmes' trial. Or Miss what's her name? The one Mr. Sholmes forbade us to talk about. There is a secret 6 case after all, that we don't get to play, that only gets alluded to in the future. That is cheating game. That is way cheating. Is that what Memoirs of the Kokoro is gonna be about then? The haunted lodgings. So case 2 then. Case 2 is gonna be a flashback, isn't it? And then save.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Imagine if
But
instead of this
actually,
voice,
I'm writing to you today because of another matter.
if instead
I
of
met
this voice,
Sosek-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left.
flashback then.
Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Yours? Oh, game shipping it? But yeah, imagine if instead of this voice, it gave us your typical anime dub white girl voice. Which is why I'm thinking that voice acting, especially dub voice acting, is in desperate need of its own day of reckoning. The same way that Hollywood films have. Memoirs of the Cloudy Kokoro. I think what I'll do, because it's 2 p.m., and I do have to pee desperately, is call this a short stream, and tomorrow is going to be the Cloudy Kokoro. And for now, I'm going to find somebody to toss a little right onto. But so far this is much quicker than Great Ace Attorney 1 was. Great Ace Attorney 1 was nothing but tutorializing. This seems to assume that you had all of your tutorials in the first game, and so this one could just jump right into it. Snappier cases, proper Ace Attorney cadence, and right away jumping onto the meta plot. So with any luck, the Memoirs of the Cloudy Kokoro should be a multi-day thing, I hope. Let me see. Right now, Aquas is on, and Aquas is playing some ActRaiser speedruns. Couldn't wait any longer. Anyway, with that out of the way, going to drop you guys on Upper Aquas, because Aquas is cool people doing some speedrunning stuff. So, thanks for hanging, and with any luck, the rest of Great Ace Attorney 2 is going to be as exciting as I anticipated being. So thanks for being here. See you guys all tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day. And that is an order. Everyone who laid eyes on this today is cursed to enjoy the rest of their day. No exceptions.